We're going to get started here, council members. I'm just going to jump right into our first agenda item, which is the report on the building services audit. Allison is here from our staff. She's going to give a little quick introduction about what this is, and Dave and John are our consultants that are here with us from City Gate. And as a reminder, this is an audit. We've referenced this even today earlier. This is an audit that was hired by the Salt Lake City Council office as part of our role in oversight to address some of the anecdotal information we were having about challenges people might be experiencing when accessing building services, primarily in construction or the permit process. I just want to say the audit went really well. This was in collaboration with the administration. We had really good participation in this process. I hope you don't say otherwise, because I'm sticking to that. And we actually got some really incredible information. So I'm going to let Allison and the consultants give you an overview report, and then we're going to open up for questions. We have quite a bit of time on this, so don't worry about taking time. This is your opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to your introduction, I would say first that we have provided some time for the administration to give a response and an update on what they've been working on after the consultants and the council's question. The other thing just to draw your attention to is in the very brief staff report, we do have two policy questions for the council that, if possible, may be worth considering. One is whether the council would like a periodic progress update on how the action steps, how and whether and to what extent the action steps are being implemented. And then the other is whether the council would like to ask the administration to highlight some budget items that may need funding.
And so thank you, Allison. And as a reminder to council members, a lot of the recommendations were actually administrative recommendations. So it would be appropriate in our role to do some follow-up with that. So as you're asking questions, just be aware of that they may not have some policy need in backing up that, but we can also have that conversation about the distinction between administrative needs going forward and any policy recommendations. And just before we go on to our consultants, I'm thinking, who's prepared to, is it Orion? Are you talking about the response? I think rather than open it up for questions immediately after, we'll ask some questions during your presentation, if that's okay, council members, because I think it would be important to have everybody at the table when we do Q&A rather than have one or the other. So, okay, thanks. Go ahead, guys.
Well, with that, it's City Gate's privilege this afternoon to present to you our final report on our comprehensive study of the building services permit process. Our role as the council's management auditor is to provide analyses that are comprehensive, independent, objective, third party, that are rational, and are designed to help inform your council and others here in the city about some of the best ways to go forward to improve what City Gate's mantra is, which is the business of better government. When we founded City Gate 26 years ago, I had no idea how profound and how timely that mantra would be for us in this country today, the business of better government. And our opportunity here today is to report on the large number of variables that we assessed. And the litmus test for us is, how do we develop a consensus that is agreed upon by all parties to move forward things to improve customer service and to do other things like improving customer service with respect to building services. So this is our delight, and this is our cause, our mission. City Gate has been maintaining the privilege of working with your council and your prior councils for over 2 decades now in roles like this, and we're very pleased to be a part of this. We're gratified, Stan, as you indicated, the level of cooperation throughout the city was really extraordinary on this. Orion and his function, the mayor's office, and of course, your wonderful city council staff, having worked with them for many, many years, with Cindy and with Jennifer. This time we had a new opportunity to work with a new project manager to us, Allison Rowland. She did a wonderful job and practically managed the unmanageable in us. So with that, may I please introduce to you John Hester, Citygate's project manager on this project. We understand we'll have 15 or 20 minutes for a presentation, and then we'll take it from there. Please, if you have questions, let us know. That always makes it a lot more fun for us. Okay?
So it's my expectation that we can ask questions during the presentation, so that's entirely appropriate. So don't save your questions till the end.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Okay. So my first slide is wrong. It has questions at the end. So,
Auspicious.
and
Does
hopefully
mean you
everything-
failed as a consultant?
Hopefully everything goes uphill from here. Allison told me to rush through this because I have a flight at 10 tonight. So hope you don't have too many questions. All right. Seriously, what I want to do is go through in this presentation of the process we used, how we assessed the Building Services Division, how we got stakeholder input, and then we developed themes and how we took those through those categories there. And then, as you stated, we'll have questions as we go. So our process starts with what we call a stakeholder assessment. Some of you we interviewed, as well as the mayor, city staff, number of customers, and from that we develop what we call themes, or they might be issues, whatever you want to call them. Those are the areas that we then focus in on, and we compare those to best practices that we know of from around the country. And then we come up with findings and recommendations, which you'll see in your report, and then the report and the action plan, which has specific recommendations. So that's the process we used. So let me start with the assessment. The model that we use is based on what's called a balanced scorecard. And where that came from was back in the 1990s, in the private sector, businesses realized that their assets were more than just financial. It wasn't just what's our bottom line, what's our cash reserves, things like that. It's our assets and what are our buildings. Our assets include our workers and their knowledge, the processes we have. You can imagine that most of the net worth or the assets for a company in Silicon Valley are not necessarily cash and buildings and all that. So it recognizes the new economy we work in. In the early 2000s, that same concept was transferred over to the public sector. And so it really looks at assessing an organization and performance management from four perspectives. The stakeholders and customers, are you providing the service that customers need? Are the stakeholders, broader term mission statement for you all, it's not just customers, but it's the citizens of the city. So are you doing what you need to do with the stakeholders? And these aren't in any particular order. Are your employees learning? Is your workforce, that asset, getting developed, being used well, being deployed correctly? Finance is all about the things I just mentioned, the bottom line, the assets, the reserves, and then internal procedures. How do those work? How could they work better? So we looked at it from those four perspectives. So let me turn to the stakeholder input. Before we even got here, we looked at web pages, a number of handouts, documents, statistical information that Orion and his staff provided. So we had a fairly decent idea of what we were walking into when we came here. We interviewed a number of customers, some of you, as well as people who actually use the service. We had 6 focus group meetings over in the library. We had a survey. Actually, the city council staff and the city staff put a survey up on Open City Hall, and that led us to some questions on customer service, and then we did a detailed survey of customers from that. We met with, like I said, a majority of you in the mayor's office. We interviewed key building services division staff, staff from other divisions in the community and neighborhood departments, other departments, some people multiple times. I think Orion got tired of me sending emails and saying, Orion, just one last question. And he probably thought I was like Peter Falk in Columbo. But every time he answered me, it seemed like maybe it was not quite as prompt there at the last, maybe, took him a couple hours instead of immediate, but he did a great job. And we administered a detailed survey of the Building Services Division staff, so we received a lot of input. I don't know how we could have received more. So let me move to the themes and what we're recommending. The first one is customer service. Now this graphic talks about how you orient toward your customer. It's not moving. So many organizations will, from the organizational perspective, they'll say, well, I want to put all the engineers together or all of the maintenance workers together or whatever, and if we have a customer from outside the organization come interact with us, they're going to have to figure out how our organization works. And that's not a best practice. A best practice is orienting toward the customer perspective. You all have made some significant progress there. A lot of the functional units that have to deal with a building permit are located in the Building Services Division. Not all of them, and not all of them are under the direction of Orion, but a lot of them are lined up, so that's a good thing. We want to point that out. Your technology also, which we'll talk about in a minute, but your new technology that you've used with the Acela permitting program and your document handling program, we haven't seen any better. So you should be proud of that. What we did find, though, is customer service. A lot of people who felt like that could be improved in a number of ways. So we broke that down into focus, perspective, communication, predictability, and transparency as key best practices. And so the underlying need, and this is really hard, probably, in my opinion, going to be just as hard, if not harder, than introducing the state-of-the-art technology, is really changing the culture toward customer service. That's just really having a different view on what you do as a building services division. I guess the best way to put it is some people think of it like, well, we're regulators, we're not about customer service. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is somebody who takes the perspective, I want to help people to do the things we want them to do with the building code, so how do I help them? We're here to help you. That's the epiphany in a cultural sense that needs to happen, that I think is happening. And I think your staff, from what we can tell, are committed to doing that. So we're recommending kind of some different, multifaceted parts of a customer service program.
Mr. Chair,
Sure, Derek.
I have a question. You mentioned that we've already made some pretty good changes, and I think you're referring to the one-stop shop where you have a number of city departments represented in our building services department. Can you speak to the departments that are not represented in our one-stop shop and how that is positively or negatively impacting the process for the customer?
Sure. Whenever someone has to go as a customer physically to another department, that's not good. I don't know how much in depth you want me to get, but I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
And then also, when someone gets bounced back and forth, this is probably the biggest problem, is if you have mutually exclusive direction. For example, if one department or division is saying, we want this change in your plans, you go to another department or division and they want you to change something that's totally different, the applicant is caught in between. So then they basically have to be broker between two different units in the city, and that's not what you want. So in general, that's...
So I know, if I'm not mistaken, transportation and engineering are two of the departments that are not in building services at the moment, right?
They are, you have some physically located in different utilities as well.
Gotcha. So do you recommend that we maybe make some sort of structural change internally to... I haven't read the whole thing from cover to cover, so I apologize if I'm asking something that you've already addressed, but I'm just wondering if there are modifications that you're recommending as far as the structure of building services go, either to take it further or to scale back.
There are a couple ways to do that, and one of them I'll get to in a minute when I talk about organization-wide positions.
Okay. I can wait then.
One way, which I can give you an example of, is in Roseville, California, where they have actually moved staff members from every one of the departments out of those departments into, they call it the Development Services Department. And those staff members answer to the Development Services Director, not to the separate departments. Another way that's probably more common is where you have someone, let me just go ahead and jump ahead to that slide. This is what I'm talking about. So if you look at the top part of that slide, what you see is at different levels of organization. So you'll have citywide, I'm gonna get myself to the same slide here. Citywide, you'll have someone who's over all of the departments. And then you'll have department level that's over a number of divisions, and then you'll have divisions. So if a building permit comes in and just needs to be, if you look down at the bottom part that's red, if a building application comes in that's simple and can be handled in the building division, Orion's the final say on that. That's easy in terms of coordination. He coordinates with himself. If you have a more complex building permit that, say, has to go to planning, building services, engineering, and transportation, well, then that's Mike Reberg. It's his responsibility to make sure those divisions work together. So if say, transportation wants a curb cut or something in a certain area and engineering doesn't for drainage purposes, he can say, you guys resolve this quickly. We're not going to drag the customer through this. When you get into even more complex permits that involve fire and public utilities, then you need somebody or that role needs to be filled. And that role can happen, it can be a position like a COO or a CAO. It can be a role. You guys have had somebody in charge of the Google Fiber who has authority to go across all departments and divisions. You can have an ombudsperson in the building services division who doesn't really have authority to go across, but he can kind of cut through the bureaucracy on behalf of the applicant. Or you can have specific projects like your economic development director is responsible for all parts by the airport. So that's the model probably that fits you all right now. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can go backwards now. So back to customer service. I mentioned that based on the survey that was done on your webpage, we then did a detailed survey of your customers. And what we did was we tried to measure how well they communicate. Are they helpful? Is their attitude toward customers courteous and respectful? Are they thorough in reviewing plans, inspections, answering questions? And are they knowledgeable about what they're supposed to be knowledgeable about? And the score was 1 is unacceptable, 2 is below expectations, 3 is met expectations, 4 is above, and 5 is far exceeds. So our intent there is that you should, if you're meeting expectations, you're at 3. We'd like everything to be 4s and 5s ultimately. But what we see is that 2 of the areas scored below meeting expectations, 3 slightly exceeded. So you'll see some near-term targets and longer-term targets. What we are suggesting, and this goes to the concept, this is probably going to be the biggest single thing that will change the culture, we think, is what is measured is what people will work on. So if you take these 5 questions and do something like put them in an email after a staff member has an interaction with a customer, put these questions in an email and start ranking, letting the customers give feedback on these things to your staff, and then the manager gets that information and quickly talks to the staff member about how well they're doing or not doing, that is going to change the behavior toward customer service more than anything else we can think of. So we think that should be something that's built into the performance measurement system and performance measures as we move forward. The second thing that we think is really important, and we heard a lot from your customers, is we don't really know how long things are going to take, what we should expect, what the steps are. So we looked around at different comparable organizations, predominantly in all of California and northern Nevada. And basically, we're recommending that you have something like this that you can hand out to people. It's a real high-level chart, and that these are performance measures that are used going forward. So the first step is an applicant brings in plans and submit fees. We think your staff should be able to say in 2 days, you've given us a complete set of plans or you haven't. Then there's the first plan review. That is, get your sets of plans. They get reviewed by these functional areas that we've listed in the chart. And that should happen in 20 days. And then the third step is the applicant makes plan corrections. That's up to the applicant how quickly they want to move. The clock stops once you give them back to the applicant. The clock starts again when the second set of revisions and any subsequent set comes in. We think those should be in 10 days, and then the charge-out process should be within 2. This isn't, we were asked originally to benchmark what we did in consultation with your staff is say, just give us some reasonable performance measures. These aren't the fastest you'll find, but these are very reasonable. And part of what will help with customer service is being predictable. So we're suggesting that these measures also be included in the performance plans for the department, the division, and the staff. So that moves me to performance measurement and management. To complement customer service metrics, we think you ought to have what we call cascading performance measures, so that at the department level you have standards, you have it at the building division level, and then each program. So for example, if a plan checker, I don't know if I have this example up there, but if a plan checker knows that he or she has these review times, the person that's supervisor over all the plan checkers knows that his or her success depends on the success of all of those. The building division director, Orion, knows that his success, his rating is based on how fast they do all of those steps, the intake, the plan checking, and the inspection. And then Mike Reberg, your community neighborhoods director, knows he has those same kind of measures for all divisions. So we think it gives people a way to see how they're a part of a bigger thing, as well as has accountability at all levels. So we're recommending a performance measurement system like that. What it does for you as a city council is when staff come in and say, we would like to raise fees or whatever, you can say, what's the performance measure going to be? If we give you more money for more staff, are you going to increase turnaround time and those kind of things? So it gives you, as the budget setting group every year, something to measure what you're getting for your money. So that's why we recommend that. And one of the people we talked to a number of times was your human resources director, and he was pleased to say, yes, performance, we're glad you're proposing performance measurement. That's something we want to work on citywide next fiscal year. So it lines up with where your human resources department's going. We were, excuse me. We were also asked to look at a few policies. The one that I recall most is historic districts. So we looked at the information on what number of cases actually go to the Historic Landmarks Commission, how much longer that takes. What we didn't really see anything there that prompted us to suggest you change a policy, but what we did see and talked about with staff is there's not a regular mechanism. If you think about Deming's quality improvement or continuous improvement processes, good processes always have a plan, do, check, act cycle. So you put a policy in place, and then you do it, you implement it, and you monitor it, and then you adjust it if you need to. So some places actually have an annual cycle. It's even built into the budget process where you would actually encourage staff to say, here are some policy changes that our experience over the last year might indicate there needs to be a change. You build that into the budget process, so they might come to you, might go through your planning commission, might go through different advisory groups and say, over the last year we've noticed we've been having to do a lot of interpretations in the code in this area because it's not clear. We recommend a code amendment or that kind of thing. But a plan, do, check, adjust cycle so that you have a mechanism built in to fine-tune and improve your policies over time. A little bit of this is happening, but it's not on a regular basis. I think Mike Reberg mentioned they were starting to work on that. So we would encourage you to do that even more. In the application and review process, it's difficult to get qualified inspectors and plan checkers in all of these areas, but we recommend you combine building, electric, mechanical, and plumbing permits into one permit. It reduces the paperwork fourfold. And we also, so the applicant prepares one permit application. Limit the time for completeness review. We mentioned that already. We think it should be 2 days. You should maximize the use of over-the-counter permits so the customer can come in, and if they can get a permit at that right then and there, do that.
Excuse me, may I ask a question, Mr. Chair? This is more anecdotal, and so I want to know if you found this to be true, that I've been told by a number of particularly smaller architects or developers that it all just depends on who you get when you knock on the door. And I don't know how you factor in for different personalities or whatever, but I've never had to get a permit, so I don't know. I've had someone who had to get one for me, but is that how do you factor for that, and did you find that sometimes that's true?
We did hear that, and you'll find that anywhere, that
Sure.
depending on just salesperson you get at Macy's.
Right, particularly though with over-the-counter.
Yeah,
We heard that.
We didn't hear specifically over the counter as much as we heard, let them do more. If you let them do more, if you make them, I think it was the titles here would be change them from permit processors to permit technicians, so they can make the calls, which would mean also that they would get certified as a permit technician by the ICC. So that's what we heard on those folks. The way you address that is back with the customer service, the first customer service recommendations on how they treat the customer experience. That's how you try to equalize that. That answer your question? Okay, good. On review.
Can I ask a question about the pre-application and combined permit process? Does that make sense regardless of the project size? I mean, does project size or complication factor into whether or not it's sufficient to do all those combined permits, or whether sometimes they might be separate?
Well, as a Utah state law requirement that Orion was quick to point out to me, you have to be qualified in all of those. So at least in theory, if someone could do one, they could do them all.
Should be able to do them all. Okay.
Now I guess practically speaking, if you had a really technical electrical system or something like that, you might actually, and you don't see them very often, you might actually bring in an outside expert to check that on behalf of the city. And on review, over-the-counter, time limit for review, we've talked about those. Another issue that came up a lot was, and this comes up in other jurisdictions, and they instituted what they call a one bite at the apple concept, which is when I come to inspect for, say, framing, I tell you everything that's wrong with framing. I don't come back later on a plumbing inspection and say, oh, by the way, you need to fix this on framing. So it's one bite at the apple for that functional category as you do it. Same thing with plan checking. So you'll see that here, and you see this in the next slide, which is for inspections. Again, the combined permit, one bite at the apple. Also recommend that you have an electronic certificate of occupancy process so that it can be, all organizational units can sign off digitally instead of the customer having to travel around. Both in theme 4 and 5 in the plan checking and inspection, we suggest that BSD start using continuous improvement teams if they can, and I think the human resources folks would be happy to help with that. But the idea is that you charter groups to look at certain processes and identify improvements they can make to the process as well. Empower staff they're closest to it, and oftentimes they have the best ideas. And that's something that we think should be ongoing in plan checking and inspection. I think I already covered the organization-wide position here, so I won't go back over that unless there are questions. On finances, theme 7, we recommend that you directly link the processing, the fee for processing to the permit cost. That's supposed to happen under state law. But what we would recommend is you go through these 4 steps. You can decide after each step if you want to go to the next one, but a direct and indirect cost allocation study would help you understand how much should be in the fee for direct service and how much should be in the fee for support service, like information technology, city council staff, et cetera, legal, whatever. So you're charging the whole cost, a direct cost and indirect cost. A direct and indirect cost allocation study in a system would help you citywide because you have a lot of enterprise funds, and so it would be good to have that and have that updated. In terms of the work it takes to issue a permit, we're recommending that you do some time tracking and then a permit fee study. All of that will lead you to being able to set up a development services fund if you decide you'd like to. None of these steps require you to do the following step, but it gives you some information to work along the way. We looked in detail at the Utah state statutes and included, they defer a lot to the ICC, the International, I drew a blank on what's International Code Council, and there's a worksheet that they have for figuring out fees that we've included as an appendix there. And it would also, and the other thing that we recommend, which isn't on the slide but is in the report, is that you allow applicants to set up a fund like an account they can draw against, so they don't have to be paying fees over and over. So those are some financial management recommendations in the report. On technology, again, we think you've done an excellent job deploying technology. What we did hear about technology from some, though, was that sometimes it's harder to use than a simple application would require. Or as in my words, sometimes it's sending a Mack truck to the corner store for a carton of milk. That's just mine. If it works for you, great. If it doesn't, it was a corny joke. But anyway, that's kind of what we heard about technology, so we recommend it be scalable. On the website, we recommend that you have some of that customer service information that we talked about. So you might have regular reports on performance. How well are you doing versus your performance standards? Frequently asked questions, things like that, to enhance your website. And then the last theme we want to talk about is staff development. I don't know if you know it or not, but typically 70% of what a person learns about the job they're doing is what they learn on the job. Formal education and other training usually amounts to 30. So what you have in your staff is you have a lot of investment in these people who are working for you now, and you have a lot of them getting to the age that they're going to retire. And so you need to have an active staff development and staff professional development program. The common saying in the business is it takes you about a year to bring somebody up to speed after someone leaves. So you've got a major investment there that we think you need to be more intentional about. And so you need to have a comprehensive and coordinated approach to recruiting, orienting, training, and evaluation. So from the get-go, people know what you're looking for. You orient them to that. You reinforce that with training and evaluations. The city has initiated, I believe this year, a citywide staff development program that includes budget process, basic supervision skills. We're recommending a complementary division level program that might include things like team building, some cross-training and the orientation I talked about, individual training needs and professional development plans. Human Resources indicated that next year they want to do some customer service training. They would like to work on succession planning, and for, we think, the director level and division director level, maybe some training on how to carry out cultural change in a deliberate way in an organization. So that summarizes the themes. Again, theme number 1, theme number 2, and theme number 3 are customer service, and customer service. I, like Dave, would like to thank everyone, Cindy, Jennifer, Allison. Orion, like I said, he put up with me bugging him with endless emails. And like Dave said, we hope this helps you to implement our mission of the business of better government. And so I think with that, do we do questions? Or?
Do you want to take a pause for questions now? Orion's going to present kind of a response and, sort of current status of improvements. Orion, do you want to step up? Are you bringing other staff with you, or? No, they just came to look at. Could you stay there, guys? I think Orion can just do it from here as well. And so, do you have a? Yeah, we got a little slide presentation. Okay. Figure out your seating arrangements. And Orion, could you introduce the rest of your staff, just so we all know who they are? You'll need to use a microphone to do that.
Okay, we have here in the front row Heather Gilcrease. Heather is Development Review Supervisor. She works in the one-stop shop supervising the frontline staff. Next to her is Les Cook. Les supervises our building inspectors. They work over out of Plaza 349. Next to him is Ken Anderson. He took the famous Larry Butcher's position, and he's grown into that role well. He works in the one-stop shop, supervises the plans examiners. And then we have Greg Miklosh. Greg supervises the zoning code reviewers in the one-stop shop. And he was previously employed at the city years ago in the planning division. And Darby Whipple took the other famous person's spot, Randy Isbell. And so he's working his way into that role and is doing a great job. So his work group is also located in Plaza 349.
And you want to introduce your boss too, so that we know who
Mike
he
snuck
is.
up on me. I thought he was going to throw me up here alone. So we really appreciate to take a few minutes and just do a little bit of a response to this. Really quickly, I wanted to show an org chart so that you understand exactly kind of how our work groups are organized. And I think introducing the folks behind me helps with that. But this will show you how wide-ranging our responsibilities are. It's much more than just building code review. And we have a very orderly org chart that allows span of control that I think is very reasonable for each supervisor of a work group. Also wanted to point out, and I think some of you have seen this chart before, in the plan review process, development review process, we have a group of 6 key stakeholders that on many projects, all of these people have to do some kind of review. On simple projects, not so much, but on a lot of projects, we have all of these different stakeholders involved. And one of the things that we had to accomplish early on was facilitated by City Council, the purchase of a database that everybody could share to do this collaboration and get people out of their silos. And we're still way ahead of the game from most jurisdictions on this aspect. There's few cities that I know of that had more than 3 or 4 work groups that are connected using the same software to issue permits and to share data. And then you can also see from that shared data we have connections to GIS, the mayor's office. We have a citizens access portal where people can get an amazing amount of information about what's going on in the permit world. John Hester from Citygate pointed this out, and this is something that's pretty interesting. Want not so much to emphasize it as just so that you understand. We do work as we are really the clearinghouse for permits. It would be very poor customer service to issue permits when all of the divisions that have responsibility for review haven't done their review and agreed that the permit should be issued. And it would also be poor customer service for the customer to get out into the field and instead of having a project on paper, to have a project in concrete going up that doesn't have approval from all these different divisions. So we do act as a clearinghouse. There are work groups that are managed by community and neighborhoods, transportation and engineering. Public utilities and forestry are different departments, completely different departments, and they have some responsibility for review. But within building services under my purview, I have people that are structural, building code, zoning, and fire code. The rest of them work for other managers that are parallel to me. So I don't always have the ability to make a decision in their realm of speciality.
Orion,
Yes.
going back to that, I just want to make sure I'm clear that while those other 5 entities aren't within building services, is it fair to think of this in a tiered sort of structure, that if the permit doesn't make it through your first 4, that it isn't going to go on and take the time of public utilities or planning or forestry if it doesn't pass basic structural, building, zoning, and fire?
Well, actually, a lot of these have, the requirements are so wide-ranging that it takes collaboration. Back in the dark ages, what would happen is a customer would bring in however many set of plans were needed to review, and they would give them to the other departments. And then they would have to collaborate on paper, the
That's awful.
responses.
Thank
And-
heavens we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, we don't do that anymore. Now all the review is done concurrently by each work group, but in order to maintain some kind of order, you have to have versions of the plans that are managed really carefully. So if we do a round of comments and corrections on a project, we've already identified which work groups need to do their review, and they get an automated prompt to go to that project and do their review, and then we won't release that permit or issue that permit until they have approved and give us back that approval, and all that's done electronically.
But they're all initiated at the same time.
Yes, except for we do allow some deferrals, fire protection systems, racking, things like that. We do allow customers to defer those.
Thanks.
Or and anecdotally, some of the things we've heard are the situations where someone gets a sign off on one department, but then a modification happens at, let's just say, engineering, that requires another review from transportation. I think the example was a curb cut or something like that. How do you manage that sort of back and forth that might happen? Because I think I'm hearing the goal is to have sort of simultaneous reviews, but when a modification happens, it could trigger a need for a re-review from another department. How do you manage that?
Sure, that's all managed in the software, in our Project Doc software, and we do that with version control. And I think this is probably where the impetus for the complaint from small customers comes from, where they don't want to get caught in that whole version control thing. We still allow customers, probably 20% of our customers, walk in with paper, and we do the review for them. Many of the permits that we issue, a substantial number of the permits we issue, don't have to have any kind of plan review, right? We might issue 70% of our permits with no plan review at all. So out of 11,000 permits that we issue, there's a good possibility 7,500 of those were issued without any kind of plan review at all, or it was done while the customer waits. Another thing that probably we should go over really quickly, usually I do an update for council a couple times a year, and usually it's around the budget, but one of the things that happened to us this year is the valuation of projects doubled in fiscal year 16 from the previous year. The valuation to date is in excess of $1 billion, $1,552 million. Generally speaking, when you have that high of a valuation, you have more technical projects that require more departments to review and are more difficult to coordinate through the process. We also issued 2,200 more permits than we did in the previous year. So we're doing a lot more work in the last couple of years. Another metric that's really interesting, I don't know if you realize that we put almost 12,000 people through the one-stop shop every year. Those are people that need some kind of help from the department. I think that we ran some numbers today, and it looks like about 70% of those people are looking to get a permit of some kind and do eventually get a permit of some kind in the process. Another thing that we do that I think goes unnoticed because we get very few complaints on this is we do about 37,000 building inspections every year. And about 1,500, almost 1,600 business license inspections. And that's a pretty high average for the number of inspectors that we have. They keep very busy. 99% of all of our inspection requests are done within 24 hours or the next business day, which is really a huge accomplishment. If you talk to other jurisdictions, you'll know. And I've visited a lot of jurisdictions, and also I've been the person requesting the inspection all through the 80s. Getting those done the next business day or within 24 hours is a huge accomplishment and a real feather in the cap of Les with the staff that he has. We also hold development review team meetings. We did over 300 of those last year, and that requires a multidisciplinary staff, and that's kind of a value-added service that we give to the customer to identify big issues early in the process. So if you think about that, if you do the math on that, I think that's somewhere around 50,000 customer interactions that we have per year. And if I don't really know for sure how many complaints that I get at my level. My phone is listed on the internet site, so I do get a lot of phone calls, but not as many as you might think. And you can all think about how many complaints that you get on it. Now, some of those are only anecdotal, and I've been in front of you before and begged you to get a little more information so that we can use that to QC the process. And that still stands. You can text me anytime, give me an address, and we have, like, within 2 or 3 clicks, the ability to give you a workflow history on any property. And so keep that in mind. Ask for an address or business name or something like that, and we will give you information immediately on what's going on with that project. Any question on the metrics, things that we've done?
I do have a question, Orion. You mentioned other municipalities. Do you have a matrix that compares locally or regionally or anything like that of our services compared to others?
Not really. It's interesting that you should ask. I just came from a meeting up on Capitol Hill because they were talking about a bill that would statewide force jurisdictions to turn around plan review comments within 2 weeks. And they did a little query to the folks that are in our coalition, and I think, you know, we're probably quicker than most on turnaround time, especially on big projects. But no, we've never done an in-depth benchmarking of that. We've visited a lot of cities where it's a wide range of turnaround time, what's acceptable. I think on simple single-family dwellings or simple residential remodels, we like to do a lot of that over the counter if possible. And a couple of weeks turnaround time is more than enough for our process. We'll show you here in just a minute that we've addressed that from the Citygate report. All of our staff was very supportive of the audit. And we appreciate Citygate emphasizing the fact that we were very supportive. All of the building enforcement and civil enforcement staff were encouraged and held accountable to provide all the information that was asked of them. We didn't even massage the list of contractors that we gave them. We were thinking about just choosing the ones that liked us, because there's quite a few out there that do like us. But instead of doing that, we just took a random sample of contractors, and so what they got was warts and all. They got exactly what the customers wanted to say. There's a lot of information in this audit, 150 pages or more, so it's a lot for us to digest. But we're committed, you know, even in this dynamic industry that we work in that is so complex, we're committed to making changes that will provide better customer service and doing that as quickly as we can. In fact, early in the audit, we identified some comments by Citygate staff that we could immediately begin to work on, and so we have done that. And I might, on a side note, we appreciated Citygate employing people that have also worked in jurisdictional government, because I think that our issues are common. You know, all city governments have common issues. So we were happy that those guys had experience in civic government. Long term, we'll use the audit to guide choices that we make and for continuous improvement. What I've done here in the next few slides, and if you've had a chance to read them, I won't go through and read these slides, but what I have done is identified even the strategic recommendation, the action, and the things, and these are things that we've already done. These are things that we've already addressed. Some of them are in the audit. Some of them we've accomplished since they completed their report and had their visits. So I think two things that I would like to highlight, though, and I'm not sure which one of these are in it, but I think it's in permits. Last budget year, the mayor included 2 additional plans examiners in our budget, which was pretty unprecedented for us. I don't think we were ever given in my previous 13 years new staff. New staff that was given to me was given to me by council during the budget process. So we were very, very happy that survived. Every year I've done a wish list for the budget and rarely got any of that. But in fact, we did hire 2 plans examiners, and they're on board and they're both experienced. And they're going to be dedicated to doing more over-the-counter review and to having a quicker turnaround time for residential projects. So what Ken Anderson has done in response to that is created a separate queue for large commercial projects, residential projects, and then small commercial projects. So that's something that we've implemented recently, and I think that that's going to, it will definitely address some of those 165 people that said we need to get our stuff quicker, we need to get our permits quicker. We're sensitive to that. Another thing that we did, another position that we have brought back, which was previously filled by Lisa Schaefer when we did the mall, was an ombudsman, a person who does liaison work for customers. And in fact, George Ott was hired, and George has helped over 300 customers through the process. I've had multiple emails from customers thanking us for dedicating George to that process. And one of the things that George brings to the table is the ability to work across all those stakeholder disciplines, become a single point of contact so they don't have to continually try to contact all those different departments.
Those primarily large commercial projects, or any
project.
What's your threshold for moving them over to George? Or
anytime they have a problem. And actually, George has even met people at the door that he knew were small business people and started working with them immediately. And you know, what I see from that is small businesses don't get into trouble as quickly as they might with someone like that to shepherd them through the process. So I would even encourage another person like that. It'll be on my wish list next year. Another liaison type person, you know, to catch those people and help them before they get into trouble with the process and get a really bad taste in their mouth.
Orion, if I could
Yeah.
take you back one action on there about, you mentioned that we should see improvement or an expedited time frame for some of those which we currently get complaints around. What kind of metrics are you tracking so that in 3, 6 months, 9 months, or a year, you could give us a follow-up on the implementation of the recommendations of this audit and what it has played out like?
Yeah, we actually have some charts that we're working with now. We really have an amazing amount of data that we capture in a cellar that we haven't leveraged. And it's basically because we're busy dealing with customers, so we really haven't dedicated a person to pull that data out and track it. And so we're going to do better on that. You'll see on these charts here pretty interesting information about how long it takes different stakeholders to do their review. And some of these processes are controlled by state laws that require things to take a long time, like planning stuff. You know, sometimes you have to have meetings that are public meetings and have to be noticed, and then you have to notice the abutting partners. But we're going to do a better job of tracking that, and we have all that information in our database. So
how will you, let's take it a step deeper though, because I know you're talking about getting some new staff, but it still isn't someone's job outright to pull this data and analyze on a monthly basis or or whatever you,
That's my job.
but you haven't done it very often yet. And
Yeah,
I'm not trying to
no,
criticize you on that, but
I understand what you're saying.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I know you can say that the data is there, but would it help if the council schedules a follow-up in 6
Sure,
months? And
sure, we'd be
how do
happy to do
we
that.
see the results?
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that. And we are actually working on the metrics. We have adjusted a little bit our walk-in cap so that we know we are better qualified to tell you who came in and what they came in for across the board, and also what they came in for. Did they get what they needed, and how long did it take?
That's great, because another question I had was with the natural evolution of development in the capital city. How do we stay on top of new needs for new types of development as they evolve, rather than waiting until we realize we're kind of in need of an audit and we're going to have to
Sure.
take a deep dive? So I wondered if you wanted to say anything about those early indicator type advantages of maybe a cell as it is today, or what you learned from this process.
I really think that we just need to have someone dedicated to that, that's got some expertise dedicated to that task. And we're looking at taking Heather's old position and turning that into an analyst, or a special projects type person that could do that regularly.
Thanks.
Yeah, one of the things that we could do is we could send you an automated report on any of the metrics that you'd like. We do that now for a lot of different groups.
I think that it would be outside of my wheelhouse unless you wanted to translate it for me into, give us the context of what those metrics look like compared to the year previous, or.
Yeah. Okay.
We'd love to see you. So
Oh, we like you, Orion.
yeah, okay. We mostly like you. So
Mostly, yeah.
we'll schedule that.
You're kind of like the
follow-up.
customers then, huh? I noticed in those.
I have been a customer of
You have.
building
I
services.
know, and so has.
You should survey you.
So have a lot of you. Listen, I thought it was kind of interesting. I did read. I really enjoyed the appendix of this report because it gives you raw information from actual customers. And if you read all those, I think there's 160 responses or something. We're either loved or hated for various reasons. And I think a little bit of that goes along with it. But you're always going to have a certain group of people that are really difficult to make happy. But on the other hand, you're always going to have a group of people who are big fans. So. This slide here, I just wanted to put it up there so that you could see kind of how our process works. There's a chart that Citygate is recommending, and it's a little bit similar to this. Here we have the citizens access, which would be pre-permit, and you can get all kinds of information from citizens access. And then once the permit is submitted, it goes into this Acela automation, which is a shared database by all these reviewing departments that you see where the pink arrow is. And then you can see on the other side where the blue is, those are all the different permit types that we're processing with our staff and with the staff that would be more broad than our staff. So that would be all those other 6 stakeholders, planning, building, fire, engineering, transportation, and public utilities. So the big 6 all processed in that. And then below that, once it's input, you'll see project docs spinning in this horizontal world until the plan can be approved by all the different departments, and then you get the permit issuance. And then once you get to permit issuance, then Les's group goes to work doing the appropriate inspections.
Questions?
Can I comment?
Yes, please.
It was so helpful not to just have the audit, but to have your response at the same time. And it's a great response. I've read too many audits, and you seem to understand the contents very well and have a plan going forward. And it's quite a relief that you can see how to reallocate some of your existing resources. But I hope that we'll see your other needs in the budget that is coming to us in the coming months. This is a critical part of economic development in our city, which is one of our top priorities and has been for some time.
Yeah, I think that what we should do is pretty soon allow George Ott, our liaison, to actually come to this microphone and talk to you about what he's been finding as he's helped people get through the process. And I think you probably weren't here, but we actually had Lisa do that several times during the mall, where she said, okay, here's the issues that are really jamming up our customers. And usually I can tell you most of the time it's not building code issues. It's usually issues that are more expensive than building code issues, like extending sewers, providing lift stations, all that stuff that is hugely expensive and time consuming.
Other questions or comments? I've just a couple, if I may. Didn't hear a lot of reference to the development review team in the process, and I've heard some concerns and truly anecdotal. So I just would like your response that I think the intent of that is really admirable and generally functions well, but sometimes it's so early, especially with smaller commercial projects, that as their project evolves, they may get information from the development review team that is really changes over time. And so how is that addressed or incorporated in this process?
So one of the things that we have found with DRT, and this is typical across the country, even if you charge for it. I know in a lot of jurisdictions they charge $600 an hour for development review team. If you put that many technical people that are well paid in a room, it costs some money. What we've done, what we were seeing happening a couple of years ago was staff, and this is really like exposing our underbelly, right? We're being really honest here, okay? Staff was like using the DRT room as like a catch-all if they didn't have a good answer, right? So that could be anybody in the one-stop shop. Any of the specialities not wanting to take responsibility for giving a bad answer to this customer and saying, well, why don't you just go to the development review team and they'll answer your question. And that's not how we want to answer their questions. So Greg has been working really hard to refine the DRT process. We now have an online application that's, you can fill it in online. And before we'll let you come into DRT, you have to give us a certain amount of information. And that has really purified that process. The other thing that we've done is we've pulled our fire plans examiner out of there unless he's needed in the meeting. Because the tendency to happen was get too deep into the minutia and take over the whole meeting. And so we don't put the certain specialities in there unless they're actually identified as being needed. And we rarely let someone come in there unless they have a address and a site plan so that we can QC that for a couple of days before we actually schedule the meeting.
Okay, thanks. The other question I have for both you, Orion, and the consultants, perception is reality, and so much of what we hear sometimes are people who've had a bad experience with the city years ago. And so there's this, certainly we get thrown under the bus out in the broader development community more times than it seems reasonable, and it doesn't seem like it's factual. What, if anything, do you have in the way of recommendations for how to start changing that perception in the community that somehow our process is flawed or cumbersome or difficult as part of the customer service component?
So one of the things that we had rolling for about a year and a half was this forum where we invited the customers in, and we might want to look at bringing that back. It was pretty popular, and it gave them an audience with staff to give input on how the process was treating their projects. So that might be something that we want to look into bringing back. It is really difficult to get all 6 of those groups to come into a meeting and take responsibility for their processes, and so it's a little bit of work to do that. But I think it was time well spent. Personally, I don't want to do the agenda next time we launch this because I don't have authority over the people who I'm identifying as being responsible to be accountable to their customers. It's very difficult for some divisions and departments to accept that accountability.
Stan, if I may jump in on this. Thanks for that question. We started with the premise that customer service and measuring changes in customer service was the most important thing the city could do. If this function only did one thing, it would be that. And it answers so many of these other questions. For example, what about the bad experience some applicant had 10 years ago? We're measuring real-time experience. Whether it's Lisa's question about when we have varying experiences from different applicants who say, you know, depending upon who we get assigned or who we run into at the counter, it will change the qualitative nature of our customer experience. This customer survey data collection we're recommending would answer a question like Lisa's, or like Aaron's question about how can we know, Orion, as we go forward, that we're actually generating a different customer experience outcome through all these improvements. Every question like this gets answered the same way. We collect the customer survey data after each applicant visits the counter. We track it. If there was a part-time analyst that was assigned, or tracking that information, reporting it to Orion, reporting it to the council, reporting it to the other departments when they cause a delay in a project and it's identified it was that other function. We need to address this. All of these things are driven by this one single set of metrics, the customer experience. Our experience with other clients at this juncture is that also is the leading driver of organization culture change in a customer-centric direction.
If I can add to that, if you have the report in front of you, turn to pages 48 and 49, you'll see, in addition to the customer experience, the processing time, and we're recommending that you use a fractile. I don't mean to be technical, but 95% are done within this versus average. You can see on that chart on page 48 the difference between average and fractile. And then on page 49, you'll see a report from a jurisdiction that's slightly larger than Salt Lake City, and it's month by month how many applications they process, how many are done within 10 days. It's actually how many are done longer than 10 days. And you can see that these are real data you can get off the web, so you can tell your customers, look at our web page. They processed 11,000 permits, 252 of them were late. That's pretty good. That's 97.7%. So if you can get that kind of information on the web, I've been in Mike's position where I had a mayor calling me and saying, hey, this guy said his car dealership took 8 months to get the permit. I said, well, actually, the architect brought in the plans. We reviewed them in 10 days. Then the architect had them for 3 months. Then they brought in some revisions. We reviewed those in 10 days, and he had them another 3 months. And then we reviewed and had one more set of revisions, and we haven't heard from him. And after several calls like that and pulling up the data that Orion already has in Acela, people quit calling the mayor because they knew we had the facts and we would lay it out there. Now, occasionally we did mess up. There's no doubt about that. But you have real, like Dave said, you have real information, not anecdotal, and that is so powerful.
I have learned from Orion that contractors and architects never blame the city for their own internal delays, ever. It never happens. And actually, it's been really helpful on a couple of projects where we got complaints, and it wasn't even in the city process because they were waiting for a response or modifications to plans. So.
If I could also build on Orion's point about our recommendation 1.1 is about a user group. One place I worked, our user group got tired of the guys that were the ones saying the city was taking too long. And they actually said, we would like you to, when people bring revisions in, they have to get them all to you at once before you start re-review. And it's first in, first out. So the guys that give you plans that aren't as good as other guys are put at the bottom of the stack because this is the building community telling us they would like us to penalize people who don't give us good plans. And they totally supported that, and I think they Orion will probably have
Yeah,
experience the same thing.
It really is a vicious cycle too, because when we're super busy, they're usually super busy too. That's why we're busy. And so they will get into that cycle where they'll just give us the bare minimum and then use our processes to purify their plans, and that's not the way it was intended to be. Really, we should be doing only a QC and a code review, technical code review on plans that are complete. So we have some architects that get through our process smoothly. We never hear any complaints, and they respond quickly and they go through the process smoothly. Then we have others where we'll have somebody who's in my office the other day saying that they had 6 turnarounds on their plans. And some of those issues were identified in April, and here it is February. So, there's a whole spectrum of those people, yeah.
So one final question from me, Mike and Orion. Certainly there's some effort and willingness on the part of you and your departments to look at the results and to provide some evaluation measures as they relate to customer service improvement. What mechanism do you see, or how do you maybe respond to the challenge of those other departments that don't directly report to you, that may have their own systems going on and may have their own challenges around customer service as people interact with them? I mean, what's the mechanism currently, or do we have a mechanism for elevating those?
Well, from my perspective, I really think that George is good common denominator, George Ott, our liaison, because he takes the real live customer and tracks them through the process. He knows immediately where they're running into trouble. And I'm not going to say from this venue what he's already told me from 8 months of activity, but Mike and I have talked about it, and we need to work on that from our perspective. You can come this way, Mike.
Yeah, from my perspective, one of the things I wanted to do is wait for this audit. I wanted to see what came of it, because when I first came on board, this is one of the things that was brought to my attention, that we were going to do this audit. So I didn't want to make a lot of big changes until this came out, to see what came out of it. And I'm supportive of what's in this audit. I think building services does a great job. We've already talked about that. The audit suggests it's the best in certain areas, and there's room for improvement. When it comes to working, well, let's start with what happens inside the department. Most of the interactions with other agencies is within community and neighborhoods. The one or the two areas outside is public utilities and sometimes fire. Fire works well with building services already, but is public utilities. One of the great things that's happened, and a charge from the mayor at a cabinet level, is that we break down our departmental silos, and that customer service is a priority for her at a department level. So one of the things that is happening without a formal structure is the ability for Laura Briefer and I are to get on the phone and have conversations about specific projects to deal with situations, and there's not a problem about getting things resolved. Now, what we have to do is formalize that a little bit more and make it an ongoing structure in place, that we don't have to have those conversations as often. We are meeting as a department later this week to talk about how we as a department are going to handle the interaction within the department better, how we cut down the times between transportation and engineering, make sure our processes inside the department work better. And also, we're going to have a conversation about whether transportation and engineering should be in building services, in the one-stop shop. Since I've been here, they've articulated to me why they don't think they should be there, and they've had from their perspective, valid reasons. I think I've waited for this audit to come out, and we will sit down and have serious internal conversations about whether we house those two divisions in the one-stop shop, and we'll get to the bottom of that. But I think we're well underway. Just we have the relationships between departments already that we can handle the situation. And I think it's a conversation with Patrick to call a meeting and say this is a priority, and we'll set up a structure and make it work better.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Thank you all so much for being here and taking the time tonight, and thank you for your work. I think we are all very pleased with the results of the audit and looking forward to how we modify our services to do a better job for our residents. So thank you all so much.
Thank you for your time.
We're going to take a short dinner break because dinner is ready. And so we'll do that now, and we will reconvene here at 6 o'clock for our city's annual financial audit agenda item. Our next agenda item is the city's annual financial audit. Paul, are you here? Who's presenting? Paul, are you? Is it you? Is it your show?
I'm Paul Skeen and Mike Mickelson, both from Ide Bailey.
Paul and Mike, thank you for waiting. We saved the most riveting part of our agenda for after you guys.
Yeah, nice. You say I can tell by the audience.
Go ahead and
Okay.
just launch in.
Yep, we'll jump right in. A lot of familiar faces, but a couple of new ones as well. So I just want to take just a couple of minutes and explain our role and our responsibilities versus the city's management's role and how we interact and work there. You were provided, I believe, an electronic copy of the CAFR. I always like a hard copy to demonstrate this, but it's a 200-page document of just pure bliss that we really own 2 pages of that. You know, the presentation and the policies and everything that goes into accounting for the transactions and the assets and the liabilities of the city are done by management. They develop those and they take ownership for that, and they're responsible for providing the systems and the controls and everything else that would allow for responsible financial reporting. Our job is to come in and poke holes in it and do our best to make their assumptions be questioned and tested. So we take a risk-based approach to our audit. There's absolutely no way we could test 100% of the transactions. We could, but your audit fee would go up by about 2,000%. I don't know. It would be unreasonable.
Sarah, can I jump in right there? That's actually triggering a question I have. So, of the thousands that you pulled, about how many did you pull?
Well, it's done by area. So for example, one of the areas that we spend some time in is capital assets. And it would depend on the year. If there were a year where there were a big project, for example, if one of the organizations built a theater or something like that, we would test that pretty intensely. And so it varies year by year, area by area. I'm sure that in an average year across all transaction types, we're looking at thousands of transactions.
Thanks.
And yeah, you bet. So based on our risks, to really assess those, we take a deep look at the internal control structure, to look at segregation of duties, opportunities for breakdowns of the control structure. That's a big part of what we look at. The timing of this is we're doing a lot of that assessment in June and July. We begin to jump into the various audits in August, and we issue the CAFR in December. So in between there, we have the responsibility to issue audit reports for the Department of Airports, for the Department of Utilities, for the library, for the RDA, and then the overall CAFR of the city. In addition to our work on the financial statement audit, we do take a look at state compliance related to the grants there and federal compliance related to those grants. And Mike will talk a little bit more about that side of the audit.
After, Paul mentioned, so we look at internal controls and we assess our risk, and then we take our samples in our different areas. We end up gathering a whole bunch of audit evidence, looking at those transactions and things to see if we have enough audit evidence to issue our opinion. And so this year, the opinion that was issued in the CAFR with the financial statements was an unmodified opinion. If you had that open and were to look at that, you'd see some additional paragraphs that kind of refer to some of the supplemental information. It's on the second page of the report. In that CAFR, there's a whole bunch of supplemental information that we just offer in relation to opinions, and then there's some information that we don't audit. So there's references to that. And a reference to government auditing standards. That's the second set of auditing standards that we follow because you're a government entity, so the state of Utah requires that we follow that. Then we've issued a second document, and I believe that should have been provided to you as well. I don't know if it was electronically or in hard copy, But that document has our federal audit reports that I'm going to talk about, as well as the government auditing standards report and the state compliance report. And you don't need to refer to that because I'm going to be pretty general, and just high level as we go through those. The first one in that document is the report in accordance with government auditing standards, and that requires that we say a few words about internal controls related to financial reporting. And if we find anything that is related to financial reporting, it's referred to and reported there. We did have one item this year that we've called a significant deficiency in internal control. It was an item that we've talked about with the board for the RDA. We had a timing difference in our audit procedures, city staff still reconciling because of the turnover and things. That spilled into the Salt Lake City audit too. And so where we talked about that in the RDA in terms of some of the things there were also some areas in the city's audit related to that timing difference as well. And so I don't know that we need to talk about that in more detail unless you have further questions, since we've already talked about that before. The second half of that report refers to compliance with laws and regulations and would be required to report any non-compliance there that's material to the financial statements, and there was none that we noted this year. So that is an unmodified report. The whole report is unmodified, but we do have that one reference in there to the significant deficiency that we've already discussed. The following report is the state compliance report. The first part of that report deals with some general compliance areas that the state auditor determines that they would like to have audited. And so they publish a state compliance audit guide every year with those areas in there. And so we've just listed the areas out of that guide that we have audited. There are a number of areas that will only apply to counties, some that only apply to school districts. So that report requires that we at least list the areas that we have audited so that the public can see that.
Does that list change every year by the state, or is it relatively consistent?
So they have 2 chapters in that guide, and the first chapter are things they want tested every year, and that has stayed relatively consistent, but there are a few things that at the end of that chapter that have changed from year to year. The next chapter is items that they would like tested on a rotation of every 3 years, and that chapter seems to get updated a lot more frequently and changed a lot more frequently. If you read that report, though, you can see the areas that we did test there. And so that area is, or that report further is broken down into internal control over compliance with those areas and compliance. We had one item of non-compliance we noted this year with regards to state compliance. When you collect impact fees under state law, there's a requirement that you spend those or encumber those within 6 years, or there's a requirement to pay them back. And there are some impact fees that are older than 6 years that you've collected without an encumbrance or a plan to pay them back. And so right now, management's looking at or going through the process of identifying those fees, and this is in their response, that they're trying to get those paid back. You can imagine, though, at some point, 6 years down the road or later, identifying people to pay those back to is become an issue, and so they're going through that process to do that, and that's their response to that finding. In this environment where we have government auditing standards and things, those standards require that there be a response, and so management has responded to those findings.
Aaron, did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wondered if we might ask to schedule a follow-up with the administration about that.
Yes, I think we can do that. And I know that they've processed some, but I do think they've had some challenges tracking down some of those payees on some of those as well. So, yes, I think I see Mary Beth nodding her head, but we'll officially communicate that.
All right. And we've termed that an immaterial instance of noncompliance, so that our state auditor, our state compliance report is an unmodified report. If that had been more material, then we would have had to consider whether or not to modify that report. But we're not talking about material amounts of money or liability here to the city with those impact fees. And so that's not a reason to modify the report at all. Then the final report is the report that we issue when we do the audit of the federal funds. We do that under the uniform guidance. That term has changed recently from A133, OMB Circular A133 to uniform guidance. It also has a couple of sections dealing with internal control over compliance related to major federal programs, and then compliance itself. So similar to what Paul was describing in the audit, on the federal side, we're required to get an understanding of the internal controls related to compliance on those, the major programs that we test. And then we also have to look at compliance itself. And we don't test all of the federal money. The uniform guidance gives us a risk-based approach to look at the different types of federal programs. We have our larger programs that are termed Type A and the smaller programs termed Type B. The federal government is worried about getting a lot of coverage on audits of federal money, and so the Type A programs are more risky just by the fact that they're larger. But there are ways that if they've been audited in the past couple of years without findings and things, that they might not be high risk every year. So we don't have to test them every year. But by definition, if it hasn't been audited in the past 2 years, it becomes high risk again, so that the federal government is trying to get that on a 3-year rotation. Just so you are aware, the programs that we determined to be the major programs this year were the Airport Improvement Program. You can imagine going forward that will be a large program until they're done building the airport, as long as there are federal funds involved with that. And this year we retested the Child Care and Development Block Program because there was a finding in it last year. Happy to report that they've made improvement and we didn't have any non-compliance in that program this year. So we've issued a unmodified report for the major program testing under that uniform guidance as well. So those are the additional programs that we've audited this year, and I feel like I've taken way too much time to go over those. But because we did have those 2 findings in there, you need to be aware of those and know about those, and so that's what we're here to present tonight. Any questions for us on either the CAFR, the audit of the CAFR, or the other departments of the city, or the federal funds or state funds or anything?
Mr. Chair, I have some just sort of process questions, if I may. I know when you're looking at numbers, you talk about it being material, and help me out with that. What dollar amount is considered material?
Well, that's a big question, because we assess materiality based on the different opinion units. So we're going to have a different level of materiality out at the airport than we will in the general fund, than we will in the rec, all the different funds.
So it's a sliding scale.
Yeah, every opinion unit within the CAFR, each of these different separate audits that we issue, we assess materiality different throughout, and even different, we could use a different amount in revenue than we use in capital assets. And so it is a different, we probably have, I don't know, 15 or 20 different materiality thresholds that we use throughout the audit.
The concept of materiality, I'm not an attorney or a lawyer. I took a business law class, and in my business law class, they taught us about the reasonable person concept. So the definition of materiality in our audit standards leaves some judgment to auditors in developing that threshold. But it's what we think a reasonable person, a misstatement that we think would change a reasonable person's judgment on an issue. So if there's some sort of line that we think a reasonable person would change their judgment if they knew if that misstatement were material versus if that misstatement were not material, that's where we put our threshold. So
Right, that is helpful. Then, as you know, there have been a lot of changes in the administration finance over the last few years. So did you or your staff do any kind of major review or reassessment of internal controls, or was it minimal? You talked a little bit about internal controls.
No,
I don't know enough to know when it's minimal and when it's a bigger one, but just with the changes that have happened, I didn't know.
We obtain a fresh and complete understanding each year. And so certainly there are things that we can rely on from year to year, but we verify that those things that we're relying on have remained unchanged. So we have a very up-to-date perspective of the internal control structure as it stands.
And finally, you have done this for Salt Lake City for a long time. Is that unusual, and is that something that we need to worry because maybe you now have people working for you that used to work for the city, or the city has people working for the city who used to work for you?
Yep.
Are those, I mean, is that, I'm not calling into question that you've done a fine job. I just am wondering in terms of practice, is that unusual that you've been doing this for so long?
And
Yeah.
may I refine that a little bit? And this is totally putting you both on the spot.
Yep.
But is there a standard of practice, best standards or best practices out there that says every so many years an audit should be bid out, an auditor should change, we should have new eyes looking at the same information?
That's a huge debate in the accounting world. Europe has actually gone to a system where all audits done under their auditing standards require rotation of audit firms. The AICPA, I was actually on the AICPA council when they debated this topic, and a lot of research went out trying to tie audit quality to a change of auditors, and there was nothing that they were able to find that substantiated that. So that's the research. Take that for what it is. I think that the idea of making sure that we are on our toes is valid, and the practice of the city has been that the audit contract is structured as a 3-year contract with 2 automatic renewals, or optional renewals, excuse me, not automatic renewals. I think that's a good process. I think it's good to make sure that we don't become complacent in our relationship and that we are taking that. The audit standards require that we incorporate an element of unpredictability into our audit procedures, such that we are looking at things that we haven't looked at before. We have an approach to where we are rotating our team through quite a bit. One of the things that Eide Bailey does firm-wide on audits that are substantial like this is it requires an independent review from another partner from another office. And we change that every year so that every single year, we're getting a fresh set of eyes on this. And that's to protect us. I mean, I think it's a tremendous benefit and value to you. And from about December 15th to about December 23rd, Teresa and I cuss like sailors about this person. But it provides a tremendous amount of value, and it provides that fresh set of eyes to make sure that we're not missing something because it's habitual, if you will.
So are you suggesting it ruins your holidays every year? Because
No.
in a warped kind of way, I like that, actually, because that sort of elevates this to a level of seriousness that I hadn't considered before, that it might ruin your holidays.
It has ruined our holidays a time or two. When new standards come in and we don't issue before Christmas, I'm a grumpy son of a bee on Christmas Day. But we've typically, the last few years, we've been able to issue just prior to Christmas, and that makes for a Merry, Merry Christmas, I assure you. It's incredible.
So you didn't answer my other
Oh, I'm
questions
sorry.
about employing former Salt Lake employees or Salt Lake employing former Eide Bailey employees.
Yep,
And
and
do you steer clear of that, or how does that work?
Excellent question. We as a firm make a practice of not hiring clients' personnel. That there's nothing that precludes that, but we've just typically not done that as a matter of practice. But if we did, we would not assign them to the city's audit in any way, shape, or form.
We wouldn't be able to under the independent standards that we have to follow.
So the other direction, I would love to say that none of the city organizations have ever hired any of our people, but that would not be true. In fact, you've hired some of our very best and brightest, and
You've trained them well, and then we scoop them up.
and we're, that's okay. That we realize that not everyone's in public accounting for the long haul.
But again, I'm guessing that you probably then look at it and
We do.
say,
We take
oh,
that
that's
very
someone who used to
serious.
work with us, so we will.
Yep. And
around that.
that's actually built into our firm quality control, is that there's a special assessment. When the director of finance out at the airport was hired, I did a big memo and talked about the safeguards that we will put into place so that we were not he probably didn't like that we audited him the way we did, but that protects us and that protects the airport. by taking a real strong look at that.
A
So,
conflicts check is what we call it in
Yeah.
the legal
Yep.
world?
Yep,
Okay.
that's-
Thank you. Thanks
yeah.
for answering those
oh,
questions.
absolutely, happy to do
For
that.
us, it's an independence issue too, and so a big part of that memo that was written was dealing with independence and making sure that we maintained that under the audit standards.
Thank you.
So coming from a perspective of a nonprofit that has an annual audit, I appreciate the value of having someone familiar with your organization and sort of knowing what to look for in that rotation. But I also appreciate that it is a valid concept to say it might be appropriate to bring somebody new in. So I appreciate you elaborating on your internal controls. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity. We are not always familiar with those, and I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for you to communicate those to us in this process. And
Absolutely.
I'm sure you do that through your contract and your contacts with the administration, but I think that would be valuable information for us as well to understand how you avoid those conflicts with
We would love-
staff and
Yep.
and with sort of that history. And how do you challenge yourselves to ensure that you're looking at new areas and not becoming complacent about any one?
Yeah, and a lot of entities that I work with, we do that in a work session with the council. It's a little less formal, and we dig down deep and usually give the opportunity to come up with some written questions that we can respond to. In fact, I've got one of our senior managers at Ogden City right now doing, for some reason, big cities enjoy Valentine's Day to have auditors there. So it's an exciting thing. So
It's not a reflection on your profession in any way, or any assumptions we've made about your profession.
Because you probably are heartless.
Yeah, exactly. But no, so we would welcome an opportunity to kind of roll up our sleeves together and work through those things and talk, do kind of a deep dive at any time. We're happy to do
Okay.
that.
Appreciate that.
You bet.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you both very
Okay.
much for your time.
Thank
and
you.
I hope you have Valentine's plans. Or maybe I should say, if you're married, you should have a Valentine's plan. So
I have them.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Yep.
Our next agenda item is our legislative update briefing, and I see Lynn is here. And David, are you joining us too?
Good evening. I can tell this is a riveting topic by given the crowd we have drawn to report, but we're happy to be with you.
Before you get started, Lynn, I apologize. I was going to do this as you were coming up. I do need to just make a quick announcement that Andrew Jr. is here. 4:30 p.m., 8 pounds, 20 inches. He'll be transferred to Primary Children's tonight for surgery tomorrow. So we've all been anxiously awaiting that news. So I just needed to share that.
Good.
And name to be debated.
Name, yeah, TBA.
Okay. Well, in the interest of your time, I can either run through a laundry list, which I'm happy to do, or I can respond to specific.
I'm sure
areas of
you're
inquiry
happy
that-
to do that. I'm not sure we're happy to hear that.
That's why I thought
Shall
I'd
we
ask
just
before I
open it for
start.
questions at this point?
Could we have the romantic version of
Yes,
the
the-
legislative update?
I think what you just got is as good as my report is going to get. It's downhill.
Like, I would like, we didn't prepare you for this, but I'd like your report to be in the form of a Valentine's poem. And roses are red is not allowed as part of your intro.
The last line, I'm not sure how the poem goes, the text, the body of the text, but the last line, and all aimed at you. So that's, actually things are going well, but we're at the stage of the session where the sort of single issue bills are making their way through the session, and some of those will be fine, others will get caught sort of in the traffic jam at the end of the session. But we're also to the stage where the more difficult subject matter items are now getting massaged, and those will come out whether or not there is consensus on the bill, because they're running out of time. And those are the bills that make life interesting, because when they run out of time to dialogue and to think about it, then they simply move the bill whether or not there's consensus, and that's when we all have to scramble to try and make things work. So, but on the whole, I think things have gone quite well. There's always a short list of bills that we need to amend or correct or educate people on, and we're working through those. But the vast majority of the bills, I think, have gone.
Do we have any questions?
I have
Lisa?
a question. I just need someone to help me understand a little bit. Representative Brian King's Good Landlord bill. The reports we keep getting from the Utah League of Cities and Towns is one of those things that you can't tell if it's a double negative. So I'm trying to figure out if this bill is to say you cannot preclude someone with a criminal record if you're in the Good Landlord program, or you can.
Well, there are about 12 or 14 good landlord cities, of Salt Lake City being one of those. Of those cities, Salt Lake City may be the only one that does not have a criminal prohibition, meaning that if you have a criminal record, you're excluded from renting from someone
The
participating
good
in the
landlord
program.
can't exclude you.
Good landlord can exclude you, correct. So Brian King's bill was intended to preclude cities from using that criminal record preclusion in their good landlord program. The bill did not affect us because we haven't incorporated that provision.
Yeah.
But being respectful of our sister cities whose support we often need on other items, we have quietly sat at the sidelines rather than being out there championing that it can be done the way we've done it. Now, having said all that, the bill came to the House floor today, and there was an amendment proposed which passed 38 to 34. Now, that's an important number because 38 is just enough to get the amendment passed. That excluded from his prohibition any city that has a halfway house.
So I read that. So explain to me what that means.
That means that Ogden, West
plays in.
Valley, and Salt Lake City are not affected by his bill.
Okay. So we don't have to change anything when we're.
But we wouldn't anyway.
Anyway, yeah,
Because
okay.
we were already complying.
Thanks. And it doesn't impact us, so I'm sorry I'm wasting your time on it. I just was.
No, it's.
I read it and I
but-
was just puzzled by it.
And people have asked why, if that's the way we feel, and I think we do, we think that it's important, particularly for the capital city, to welcome people from all walks of life and all backgrounds because housing
Need
is.
a place to live.
But that is not necessarily the way every other city views the issue, and they have serious challenges, and they think this is an important tool, and so we have wanted to be respectful of their local needs as well.
Thanks for educating me on that.
In regards to rentals, Airbnb is kind of flying through under some pretty significant objections from some of the rural communities. Any sense of what's going on there, what that looks like?
Well, this has been probably a 2-year dialogue with the League of Cities and Towns and Representative John Notwell. He has now come out with what he views as a compromise bill that would allow, essentially preclude cities from preventing an owner-occupied rental. And what he's saying is the owner can't leave and rent his house, but if the owner wants to rent a portion of his home, her home, while they are physically on the premises, that should be okay. Now, some communities, most notably St. George, say that doesn't work for them. They have all sorts of horror stories they can share with us about problems it has and will create, so they are resisting that. They're probably at the far end of the spectrum. There are others, communities up by Bear Lake, who actively encourage this anywhere and everywhere, and they actively license it and tax it, and it's part of their economic picture, and we're somewhere in the middle, right? But Representative Notwell feels that this is a reasonable compromise, and all of the horror stories people tell, he says, are mitigated by having the owner there. You can't have a lot of mischief if the owner is there being eyes and ears on the property at the time. That's the debate that is going on. The bill was just introduced earlier this week, actually last week, passed out of committee yesterday. and will now move to the House floor. I think there will be continued dialogue on the issue. I will give you as my prediction that we will get a bill, and so I think the likelihood is that there will be a bill that passes. And so it's just a question of how you define owner, how you define renters, how long they can, what fits within that scope, and what is outside and is therefore regulated otherwise. So,
Thanks. Another bill that I'm hearing about, and I don't know the number on it, is there's a proposal to again siphon some money off the Salt Lake City School District and ship it somewhere else.
yes.
Yeah.
Bill 80. And what that is, and just by way of background, it's sponsored by Senator Lincoln Fillmore, who lives, I think, in South Jordan, southwest part of the valley. There has long been a concern that some school districts, even though they have a relatively high tax rate, simply aren't able to generate enough revenue to do serious capital projects. And it's not for lack of trying. They just don't have the tax base within their boundary to make that work. Whereas others, Park City's the poster child here, has high values and therefore a lot of tax value. And so there's long been a concern to say, well, we ought to make sure that there is a better mechanism of equalizing the educational opportunity for children across the state, regardless of the zip code where they live. So, as you recall, when Jordan District split years ago, the legislature imposed what was, I think by any calculation, a very draconian measure that took Salt Lake City's property tax, Salt Lake City School District property tax, and shared that across the county. That fortunately has now sunset and it's gone away, and we can be grateful for that. This bill does not touch the local portion of tax revenue. What it does is it says of the money the state puts into education, so the money that would ordinarily go to the weighted pupil unit, of that amount, they're saying we'll take a third and use it for an equalization fund. And it only would apply to those communities who are making a serious effort in terms of property tax. But even if even with their efforts, they're not able to raise a certain threshold, then this equalization fund would kick in. So the difference is the state is deciding where to spend their own money instead of deciding where to spend our money.
Which
but
could
the net effect is
work to our disadvantage.
Absolutely.
I guess my concern, Lynn, with those are one, perception, and the other, I guess the reality that I'm unsure of is that are we truly seeing efforts that are equivalent to Salt Lake City's district efforts to completely rebuild all their schools to earthquake standards? I mean, we have capital investment needs as well, but the sense from, let's be candid, Jordan District, is that the taxpayers are unwilling to pay the level of taxes that we're paying here to ensure that our buildings are sufficient, and therefore have this mechanism through the back door at the state to siphon some of our money off when we have had a willingness to actually invest in structures and upgrades.
You are absolutely right in that it's you can't just compare revenues, you have to compare tax rates as well. I've seen graphs that show that, and I don't remember it well enough, and I'm not familiar enough with the educational sort of model to know how it works. I know that Salt Lake City has a comparatively high property tax rate. I don't know how Salt Lake City School District compares to other districts around the state. But that may be a talking point that we want to suggest is that, part of the bill does say they have to be making a certain threshold level of tax effort before they would qualify. I don't know where that level has been set. And
at a minimum, I think I'd want to see a comparison with tax rates. I mean, are their tax rates comparable to our tax rates? And I can understand where types of property might influence the return there, but certainly until they get to that sort of equivalent tax rate, it's really challenging to say we have to subsidize those, because what then happens for us is that we see tax increases to support our school system that we're bearing an unfair share of that capital improvement bill. Or
Yes.
at least that's the sense I have.
I think that's accurate on all accounts. At the end of the day, I mean, and I think we have, and I think we should continue to raise these questions. At the end of the day, the challenge we have is that this is by and large a policy decision for the state to decide where they want to allocate their resources. And if, being fully educated of those facts, they still decide that that's the policy judgment they want to make, it's challenging for us to counter that in a way that says even if they want to, they shouldn't or can't. And that's the challenge I think we're having. But, and we're not alone on this. Other districts that are in a similar position are also actively working this issue. So.
Other questions, comments, updates? Thanks, Len. David, we didn't have you say anything, did we?
Nope.
No one has a question for David? I can't think of one on the spot, so we'll have to double team you next time. Thank you both.
I'll be prepared.
Thanks.
Thank
Okay, thank you very much.
We're on our agenda item 2. Cindy.
Just housekeeping announcements, nothing dramatic. Several of you have expressed interest in going to the Downtown Alliance function where they do an urban exploration. This is the 4th annual such event, and it seems that every year it gets better, and every year we have council members interested in going. And so rather than have this be sort of cumbersome to figure out every year, we wanted to check to see if you would like to just add this to their council policy as one of the pre-authorized training trips. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
Majority indication of yes.
okay, and this
Me, everybody.
this isn't written on here, but the same is true with the American Planning Association conference. That's one, and I should mention for any public watching that not all council members go to all of these. These are just things from which the council can choose. So
are
AP
you similarly okay with APA, which happens first of May? Okay.
really is okay. All right, and then we have some calendar updates, and thanks to Councilmember Adams for keeping us on our toes here and pointing these things out to us. In July, you typically have 2 meetings. Your ordinance requires you to hold 2 formal sessions each month. We inadvertently, on July 18th, listed, because it was RDA, we only listed a work session instead of a formal session, RDA and work session. So may we add the legally required formal session to July 18th?
You want to be in compliance with the law?
Yes.
So we do have to have 2 formal meetings.
Yes. It's actually city.
Hold a regular meeting at least once.
We have that's the Utah code, and we were rushing to do this. We didn't state that this, it's my understanding the city ordinance requires 2.
So we would do an RDA work session and formal meeting, if that's okay with
Can we
everybody.
get really good dinner that night from one of our favorite caterers, maybe? I'm only half joking here.
Sure.
And formal meeting, not.
I think we would schedule a short work session, because typically we have about an hour or 2 before a formal meeting that starts at 7, so.
That's
And we would
funny.
still have to have a work session
That'd
and
be funny.
so we just need to add formal meeting.
Yeah,
And
so it'll
everybody's
just
okay with that?
be as it is usually
Yep.
in July and August, okay. And then also on November, we have listed 3 meetings. There's no meeting on Election Day. We have November 14th, 21st, and 28th. Some years we have only had 2 meetings in November.
Because
So-
of that 28th. Well, that's actually after Thanksgiving. It's the 21st.
The 21st
that's-
is,
Yeah.
So the question is whether you would like to plan on 3 this year, or whether you would like to do 2, or whether you'd like to wait and see how things are going. You can do that.
I kind of want to have 3 because I have felt like it's been a great public forum with all that's going on. And I don't know what November's going to be like, but I like us being available.
So at this point, let's leave them in the calendar. We can reevaluate it as the year goes on. And what we would have to do if we made a modification, we'd have to add a formal meeting back into the 14th and eliminate the 21st. That would be the proposal should we pursue it.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. That's it. We do not have a update from the chair and vice chair, and we do not have a closed session. So that means this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all very much. Happy Valentine's Day.